Good day. Good day, everyone.
Good day, Chair.
Colonel.
Good day,
Good
Chair.
day, Dr. Chowke. Through you, Advocate Ngcukaitobi, Dr. Mkabela, we have just had a meeting with Mr. Tuba. You remember we sent a message this morning that he should come here regarding this application by Advocate Batoi. We asked him to approach you to discuss when you intend to file papers. And he responded, he came back to say you have discussed. Is that correct?
Chair, yes, indeed, I may confirm we have received an approach and we have spoken and we have undertaken to deliver an answer by Wednesday next week. Can't remember the date, what it is, but yes, we have.
He is saying that you have not given him definite date, but you don't want to get involved in this exchange between attorneys. We suggest that you communicate to your counterpart, Molebatsi attorneys, and agree about the time frames when you are going to file your answering affidavit and when they will file the reply.
We will do so, Chair.
We are told that Mr. Newpen, Mr. Harris will come tomorrow. So do have a meeting, discuss the matter, and you can agree and put your agreement in writing.
Thank you, Chair. We will do so.
So that we don't get involved in what you could be discussing as attorneys and agreeing on the way forward.
We will do so, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Colonel, you are still under oath. Thank you, Advocate Ngcukaitobi. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Colonel, I did not put to you the version of the gentlemen that were on the ground when Mr. Msimango landed after being chased off the apartment by Inspector Mostert. You remember that?
I remember that,
Yes.
Chair.
Now, I've got those two. There's one by Mr. Makanya at BR0075. It will be flighted on the screen there behind you. Yes. Now, this is how he describes the incident at the paragraph 2. It says, on the same evening, myself, Captain Eva, I think it's Colonel Naidu, and R.C. Maharaj proceeded to Avondale Road, where we met other members. Further briefing was done. I was guarding the ground floor with Inspector R.C. Maharaj. Whilst on the ground floor, car parking, I heard gunshot. Then I saw black male fallen on the ground. Then with shock state, I fired 2 shots towards suspect. I used my pistol and then gives the number of the pistol. So according to him, there is no mention that the suspect was armed. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chair.
Yes. It is only in paragraph 3 where he talks about a firearm. The person fallen down was Thabo Msimangu. I noticed firearm lying next to suspect. The scene was took over in charge by Captain Eva, you see. But at the time of the shooting, he doesn't mention that he noticed anything about the deceased being armed. That is at the time he falls from the 4th floor. Now, then there is the version of Mr. Maharaj, who also was in the scene at BR 0077. Now, he deals with this incident at paragraph 3 and 4 of his statement. It says, on the same day at about 22:25, we met outside Avondale Spa, where we were briefed once again by Captain Eva concerning the wanted suspect known as Thabo Msimangu, who was in possession of a firearm. At 22:40, we proceeded to Colesberg Flats, 6th Avenue, Morningside. Inspector Makanya and I took positions directly below flat number 32. On foot, whilst the rest of the members proceeded upstairs to their respective flat. After a few minutes, I heard a noise followed by gunshots, and the next moment, noticed a male falling to the ground with a firearm in his hand. I immediately and instinctively fired 2 shots in his direction. So according to Mr. Maharaj, he notices a male falling on the ground with a firearm, and then he shoots. No indication that he was actually in danger. I thereafter cautiously approached the suspect and kicked the firearm away from the ground next to his hands for safety reasons. Captain Eva then took over the entire scene. So this is the version given by the 3 policemen. Now, it's that version then that we put to you for your crime reconstruction to see whether they were lying or not. We were at the medical analysis section from paragraph 179. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that, Chair.
Can you take us through that?
Right, Chair. According to the medical analysis, I'll say, according to the chief post-mortem findings, the deceased sustained multiple wounds to the head, torso, right shoulder, and right arm involving the skull, brain, craniofacial, bones, left maxilla, diaphragm, right kidney, liver, heart, and the right lungs.
Yes.
Shrapnel injuries were also noted in the right flank and the right shoulder, consistent with bullet fragments.
Yes, but if you just stick to 179 for now, what would those injuries be consistent with?
Just some of the wounds would be consistent with falling from the flat, and some would be consistent with gunshot wounds.
Yes.
But if you look at how the wounds were described, where the doctor is talking about the skull, the brain, and craniofacial bones, I would say if a person has sustained injuries to the skull and the brain, this person will not be able to move.
Yes.
So if he fell, falling with a gun, and then the next minute he's shot for being in possession of a firearm, I don't think there will be any movement from him after falling from there. So after falling there, I don't believe there was movement, as stated by Warrant Officer Mostert when he said he fell down and he saw him moving. That's when he started shooting again. I would say it's not possible.
Yes, but you see, remember, he didn't fall according to Inspector Mostert. He jumped. So which means he would actively be seeking to land on the ground safely. I mean, unless you can jump and then fall with your head. But
Chair, if you look at the injury sustained, I think on photo, let me go to that photo.
we were at 5 and 6 in line with paragraph 181 of your statement.
think it will be photo. I think it will be photo 5 where you can see the head. There's injuries to the head, and according to the post-mortem, there's also injuries involving the skull, the brain, and craniofacial bones. If he jumped to land on his leg, there wouldn't be these injuries.
Yes.
So basically, he fell with his head to the ground.
Yes, no, I do want to ask you about that in terms of falling and jumping. What is consistent with what? You know, a person who jumps on the 4th floor, according to Mostert, versus a person who falls. What are the probabilities of how that person left the 4th floor?
I would say a person who's jumping would most likely land on his legs, and a person who's falling would fall with any part of the body. It all depends on how he fell from the building.
Yes. But the sustaining those head injuries from the impact on the, I think it was the tarmac there.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
And Chair, I was looking into the crime scene photos. According to Warrant Officer Mostert, he fired 3 shots whilst inside the
apartment, yes.
apartment.
Mm.
Now we have bullet holes or bullet defects inside the room, as depicted on photos.
Photo?
There's photo 11, photo 12, and when you look at photo 13, it's glass. So on that one, on photo 13, I cannot confirm whether it's a bullet damage because when I look at how it broke, it shows low velocity, low speed, and unstable bullet. If it's a direct shot, the bullet hole will not be in that way. There's a huge difference between a direct shot of a bullet to the glass and what we see there. If it's a bullet, then it was an unstable bullet that went through an object first and then it hit the wall. Now, if you look at the photo below that, photo 14, on photo 14, here you can see the shape of a 9mm bullet, where it hit the wall on its side. So it was not stable, it was not spinning, but it hit the wall on the side. So why I'm showing the commission that is, if our bullet has already lost energy to hit the wall on its side and to hit the glass, creating that type of a hole, it shows that it has hit an object first. It has lost energy and speed on that object. Now we look at photo number 16 and photo number 17. On photo 16 and 17, we see blood there. So I'm of the opinion that he could have been shot, he was bleeding already, and most likely pushed through the window. Because by then he was already bleeding. If you look at the bullet that we're talking about, it could have struck him, hit him, and then here he was bleeding. And this is towards the window where he
Well,
fell.
this is the window.
It's towards the window where he fell or he jumped.
Now I'm saying photo 16, is that the window itself?
This is the window before the one that he... I think it's the same window where he alleged that he jumped from.
Photo 16 and 17.
That's correct.
Yeah. So if I take you back to photo 1, at 2A4. So when you're looking at these windows from outside,
Right, that is on a balcony next to the window that he allegedly jumped from. That window that we see on photo 1, that is circled.
yes. I'm saying that in this apartment, it appears that there is only one window to the outside.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. So if they're saying that he jumped from the window, it could have only been this window.
Could have been this window.
Yes. And so when we go back then to the window you are telling us about, which is at photo, did you say 16 and 17?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, why does that appear to be wooden?
I can't recall, but towards the window inside, there was a wooden frame,
Panel.
a wooden panel
Yes.
below the window.
I see. Okay. So what were you showing us as the significance of photo 16 and 17?
Also, it's most likely that while he was still in the apartment, he was already wounded, he was shot. So I'm not sure whether he jumped after or he was pushed.
Yes, I mean, the problem, Mr. Mostert's statement is very cryptic on the facts, whether the window was closed or open. If it was closed, who opened the window to enable the deceased to jump? If the deceased still had time to open the window,
Open the window.
after having been shot 3 times, why did he not shoot him some more? It raises so many questions.
And Chair, when you look at the photos that follow,
Follow from?
uh, photos 19, 20, 21, 22. There we have bullet marks on the tarmac outside the building where the deceased was lying. So the first one on photo 19 is marked 1, the second one is marked 2, the third one is marked 3, the fourth one is marked 4, the fifth one on photo 23 is marked 5. Now if you look at the fifth one, there's traces of the blue t-shirt that the deceased was wearing, which is on photo 25. There is pointed with a pen on photo 24. Now, what is important here is we'll look at these marks. If you look at mark 1 and mark 3,
Okay, Ngcukaitobi, I have a question, and I'm scared that we're going far, and I'm going to have to take you back a long way. I have a question about the apartment. Lieutenant Colonel, did you physically go to and see the apartment? And maybe if the answer is yes, can you give us an indication of how big is the room where is it Inspector Mostert and the deceased had a confrontation or met?
Chair, I went to the apartment. Just I cannot recall the setup of the apartment. But when I went there to examine it, it was already painted repainted, and then the windows were replaced. So there was no other evidence, valuable evidence that I could find on the scene. So I didn't check a lot of things on the apartment, but it was not that big apartment.
My question is it big enough that Inspector Mostert, or is it big enough for a possibility that Inspector Mostert may fire 3 shots towards the deceased and miss with either the 3 shots or with 1, or yeah, something like that? Give us an idea if you can.
Chair, there I cannot give a clear idea or indication of how far was Warrant Officer Mostert when, and where was the deceased by then when he fired the shot. So I cannot elaborate more on that one.
Yes, just to take you to the contents of the docket, because we've got a sketch of this apartment. So maybe that can also enable you to answer the question from Advocate Baloimer. So the sketch itself is at BR 0069. It will be flighted behind you. So given that you've been to the apartment, you can, yes, there it is.
Right, Chair, when you look at the apartment, I think the windows were on this side. And then you enter here from the kitchen, you come here. This is where you found those, because this is the bedroom. So the bullet marks that I was showing were around this area, inside the living room, because the window is around this area, the where he jumped from. So they entered from that side and came to this side. So I don't know where was Mostert when he was shooting and where was the deceased when the shots were fired. I cannot tell exactly where were they.
Yes, well, it will certainly be after the kitchen.
Most likely after the kitchen.
Yes. Yes. And that's a sofa that looks like a sitting room. So it will be anywhere between the kitchen and the sitting room.
That's correct.
But the question is really, what is that distance? You know, is that 20 square meters? Is that 10 square meters? Is it less than 5 square meters?
Chair, I don't know. I can't remember how big was that one.
Yes. Okay. Now, then there are further pictures. Just keep there on that same document. I want to show you a couple of pictures inside the apartment. So, yes, starting at photo 4. Yes. So that's now showing you clearer.
Right, Chair. This will be the bedroom, and then the door coming from the bedroom, and here is when you get to the balcony, and then the windows behind this curtain in the balcony. So that other here underneath the window outside, and then the other bullet, I can't recall exactly where was it, but the one that has blood, it's when you go outside here to the balcony and around next to the window outside.
Well, we know the bullet because if you look at photo 5.
Before you go to photo 5, Council, photo 4 in our bundle, the docket document, does not correspond with that photo 4 on the screen. Am I right?
It's BR0059, Madam Chair, if that's the one.
The BR.
The BR.
004BX. BR
So the one we have is BR0059.
0059.
Yes, that's what the witness is looking at.
Because I have this one. I was looking at the pictures in the report.
Oh, yes.
Yes, thank
No, what I tried to do is I realized that there are more pictures in the actual docket than the expert has used in his report. So it's just to take him back to the actual docket.
Yes, thank you very much. I got it.
Thank you. All right. Perhaps you can help us with photo 4 again, because so that I think you went ahead a little bit on that one. So this is the place of the shooting, and you can look at it and tell us if you can estimate the distance from the kitchen, but perhaps not. But you were pointing out to where the bullet fragments were discovered.
That's correct, Chair. This will be the living room, and then this will be the bedroom, the door into the bedroom. Now, this door here is the door into the balcony, and then the window of the balcony is that side outside.
Yes.
So the bullet mark that I was pointing at, it's outside this into the balcony on that side. So if he was shot, it could have been from this point, because yeah, I think there was a curtain or there was glass to go out to the balcony. So that other bullet hole was outside into that balcony, just below the window. Then the setup here, I don't know where the first shot was fired at and where was it, because I cannot recall that.
Yes. No, that's where I started referring you to photo 5, because we know the one fragment of the bullet, because it's pointed out. If you compare photo 4 and photo 5, so if you go back to photo 4, you can
If
see
we go
that
to
cone.
photo 4, here's your bullet fragment.
Yes, exactly. And then if you look at photo 5,
Photo 5 is a close-up photo of that bullet fragment.
that tells you where the second bullet that you said you couldn't recall where it was.
Yeah, but the impact point of it, I cannot recall. It could
Yes,
have
yes,
hit
yes.
the wall and then landed up somewhere there, but I cannot recall where did it hit inside.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yes. And then there is photo 6, and that's where we have a clearer picture of that window with the blood stain.
That is correct, Chair.
Just point us to the blood stain.
So this will be the blood stain
Yes.
on the photo.
Yes. And then photo 7 seems to be a different fragment. You remember we're looking for this. How many was it? 2 shots, 3 shots? 3 shots
We
according
fired
to
3 shots. Yeah, this will be the cartridge case.
of another bullet.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, if you compare that 6 and 7, because we see where the cone is standing on 6 versus where the cone is standing on 7.
And there's another blood stain, except for that one. There's another blood stain.
Yes, no, that's fine. But can you just compare the cones and just confirm that first before we move on 6 and 7?
Can I compare that?
That yellow thing. Yes.
This one?
Yes. Because
This
that's-
is where? Go to photo 7.
Yes.
Yeah, this is cartridge case, which is marked B.
Yes.
It was found there.
Thank you. So you wanted to talk about the blood stain.
I wanted to talk about the bullet marks outside on the tarmac.
All right. Well, can we just complete then this exercise? If you look at photo 8,
Yes. And then move to another photo.
to photo 9,
That's the bullet that was recovered. This is the bullet, most likely the bullet that I showed that it ended up. It has hit on the side and then it ended up there.
this would be the third bullet.
It's possible it could be the third bullet, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Then we move to photo 10, which is the outside now.
Yes.
I'm not sure which one you wanted to go to when you said you wanted to.
Now here they've marked the position of the cartridge cases which were found outside.
So that's how many?
It's 5 that we see here.
And then photo 11.
It's a cartridge case, a 9mm.
12.
It's another cartridge case marked E.
Yes. 13.
Another cartridge case marked F.
Yes. And then 14.
14, the body of the deceased with the cartridge case next to the body marked G.
Yes.
Right, if you look at this photo, the position of the deceased here, and we look at the T-shirt that he was wearing, which is on photo 25 of the report. Because this is positioned just around the shoulder blade. If you look at how the body was lying on the crime scene and you look at this photo, it's 2 different positions.
Could you just repeat that? I'm not sure I understand.
If we look at the position, of the deceased here, how he's lying,
Yes.
and if we look at the wounds he sustained and the T-shirt, it's 2 different positions. Here he's lying on his front, and according to the T-shirt that he's wearing and the wounds he sustained, the wounds are sustained at the back. So it shows that after falling, he was lying on his back, but not in this position.
Yes. All right, perhaps you should continue.
Right. If we go to the post-mortem photos.
Yes, sorry, I think to clarify that point when you said he was actually shot at the back, if you go to photo 21, I think that might assist. Yes.
Here the position of those wounds.
Yes.
And it's not entrance wounds, it's exit wounds.
Yes.
If we look at photo number 34,
I beg your pardon. If you say they are exit wounds, it means the entry wounds would have been in the front.
that's correct, Chair. If we go to photo number 34,
I beg your pardon, on that picture, meaning that he might have been shot whilst lying there on the surface, in the tarmac, or in the.
that's
road-
correct,
on
Chair.
the road.
That's what I want to explain now.
Oh yes, thank you.
Carry on.
Right. If we go to photo 34 of the report, of my report,
34. That's at 2A21.
yes, if we look at these wounds, these are the type of exit wounds which are said the short exit wounds. So it shows that the body was lying on a hard surface when he was shot at. So basically the body, the arm was lying, resting on the hard surface, on the tarmac, and he was shot. So what happened here is the bullet penetrated the front and they bounced on the tarmac and then back into the wound. They create this type of wounds. That's what we call the short exit wounds. And if you look at how these wounds were, if the photo number 36, you look at photo number 36, we have the wound here, and then you have a bullet that is lodged here. And this bullet was removed. This bullet that is on page, on photo number 9. There's your bullet. Now it shows the impact. It impacted on the tarmac and then get back into the wound. So I'd say the wound which were inflicted in this guy, when he was already lying on the ground and he was shot, the bullets were bouncing on the tarmac and then back into the body, creating this type of wounds which you call the short exit wounds. Yes. And when you go to photo number photos, I said 26 to 33. Here we are looking at the shape of those bullet marks on the tarmac. If you look at them, they're round. And if they are round, what does it tell you? It's shot that were fired at an angle of around 90 degrees. So your bullet hits down, creating a round shaped mark. So in an angle of around 90 degrees, you'll get this shape of wound. And then if you go to the other ones, you look at these ones, they've got an oval shape. So they show you the angle. It's shot which landed on an angle. So those ones, it's most likely are the ones that's coming from mustard from up there at the window. And this could be from Maharaj and the other guy who were shooting from the side into the body while he was still lying on the floor or on the ground. Because you look at their shape also. It shows the direction. The shot is from this side, it goes that direction. This one, the shot is from this side, it goes that. And then those round ones, it's direct from up into the ground, creating a round. It's the same as when you take a drop of water, dropping it at 90 degrees, or even blood at 90 degrees. When you see a blood pattern at 90 degrees, at a round shaped blood stain, it shows that it dropped at the angle of around 90 degrees. And if it's in a shape, in an oval shape, let's say it's in this shape, it shows you the angle. Now, when you determine the angle of this, it's you multiply the width with the depth. It will give you more or less the angle that it came with. At an angle of 45 degrees, it will drop. And the longer your stain is or your mark is, the lower angle it goes. The more angle increases, the shorter your mark, and your mark will be until it's around 90 degrees. So in this instance, those other shots were fired by R.C. Maharaj when they were down the stairs, and then the other two were shot by Mustard when they were up there. And all those wounds were inflicted while he was already down.
Yes. And you say that the impact of him falling would have been debilitating according to the injuries described.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And then after that, then they went to execute him.
Exactly. Continue shooting at him while he was already down.
Yes. Now, there are also some bullet wounds on the head. So I just wanted you to clarify that. If you go back to the docket at photo 19 and 21, yes. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe you can help us.
Photo.
Yes, it's just, yeah, so if you can just stick there. What is that going, what's going on there?
Which one? On the head?
Yes.
Chair, on the head, I'm not sure. It could be, because if you look at the size of it, it could be when he fell down to the tarmac.
Okay.
Because this could be the cause of the cracking or the damages on the skull and the brains when he fell, when he landed on the tarmac.
Yes. All right, thank you. And the bullets seem to have shot him on the shoulder. So that would not have been fatal.
No, Chair, the ones on the shoulder would not have been the fatal shots.
Yes. And what killed him? Let me put it that way.
Chair, I'm not sure where was he shot or if he was shot previously by while still inside the flat. There could be other wounds which could have been maybe fatal later, or it could have been when he fell down to the ground. Because when you look at the injury sustained, once the brain is injured or the skull is cracked, those are the fatal wounds that can also cause the death of a person.
Yes. So it could be that he was killed by mustard.
It's possible it could have been shot out there and then pushed, or I cannot rule out that possibility.
Yes, no, that's what I need you to explain to this panel, because I know you wanted to mention it earlier, but then I stopped you because I was still doing the physical location of items in the room. When you said, look, there were blood stains on the window.
There were blood stains inside there.
And what's this thing telling you? And that when he actually impacted on the ground, he fell. It's not like he was jumping. So what does that show you about the body, the state of the body at the time it impacted the ground?
Chair, I would say due to the presence of blood inside the room, there's a possibility that he was injured somewhere already. There was an injury sustained because he cannot bleed if there's no wound. So he was injured somewhere inside the room, and the possibility of him being pushed cannot be ruled out.
Yes. And the only person in the room who could have pushed him, in fact, who shot him first, and then later claimed that he jumped, but you're saying there's a possibility he could have been pushed, is Inspector Mostert.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And then outside, there are 5 cartridges. They still shoot him outside.
That's correct, Chair.
And that is Mr. Maharaj and Mr. Makanya.
It could be Mr. Maharaj, Makanya, and even Mostert's cartridge case, because he was shooting from the balcony. Now, if you are shooting from the balcony, normally your pistol eject the cartridge cases around 45 degrees to your right. So if you are shooting from there, the cartridge cases will also fall down to the scene where the body, closer, not exactly close to the body, but around that area where the body was found.
Yes. And then there is also the story of the weapon being found next to the place where his body is recovered, next to the garages there. What do you say about that?
Chair, with the firearm, I don't know.
But I mean,
I don't know how did it get there.
Yes, no, I know you don't know, but is it consistent with your reconstruction in relation to their version versus what you've reconstructed?
Chair, if they are saying he had a firearm and he fell there, it's possible. But I don't see him falling with a firearm in his hand until it landed where he was.
Yes. But what's the most likely scenario of your reconstruction about how the firearm got there?
We look at the modus operandi of the team.
And what does that tell us?
In most of the incidents where they shot their victims, there's a firearm next to the body. In most of the incidents, the position of the firearm or the presence of the firearms on their crime scenes is questionable.
Yes, I mean, what I don't understand, according to them, by the time he jumps, he has already been shot 3 times, because Mr. Mostert does not say, I missed him.
He said, I shot.
Yes, so he shot him. He hit him 3 times. But, however, on the tarmac, he still poses a threat to 3 other policemen that are armed. Yes. So what is your opinion around this version? I mean, is this a clear instance where the police have lied again?
Chair, that also I cannot rule it out, completely out, because, and the reason why I say I cannot rule it out is I've looked at the instances or incidents where they're involved. You get the same scenario, that the person always point a gun at them and then they shoot, they kill the person. And then the next minute there's a firearm next to the body. So saying that they are lying, they are telling the truth or they are lying, now I think I'm looking at the modus operandi of how they operate, and it raises questions on why always there's a firearm next to the body. Why always a suspect will point a gun at them, but they're the one who will shoot first and kill the suspect.
Yes, thank you. Now, we've gone through paragraph 179 to 182. You've also taken us through 183 to 187, 188 to 194. Those are the sections where you deal with the injuries on the body, the analysis of the flat, the analysis of the shots themselves, and from paragraph 195, you deal with your conclusions. Is there anything on your conclusions that you haven't dealt with? And by the way, before you move on, we've got, you remember when I asked you about the cause of death, the medical legal report, which is at BR 0022. It actually tells us the cause of death. It's gunshot wound to the head and abdomen, involving the chest and blunt force head and chest injury. What does that tell you?
It's gunshot wounds to the head and the blunt force when he fell to the, those are the cause of death.
Yes.
So he was shot, he sustained head gunshot wounds.
Yes.
So I cannot say whether he sustained them when he was up the flat or when he landed on the tarmac.
Yes. But so, I mean, we know the only people who killed him, who shot him, were these 4 gentlemen.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. So,
And they are from Cape also.
yes, thank you very much. I was asking you to say whether there's anything you wish to add on your conclusions from paragraph 195, or whether we can move to the next scene.
We can move to the next scene, Chair.
Before you go there, Counsel, on that medical legal report at BR 0022, so the cause of death would have been both the gunshot wounds and the blunt force head injury caused by the blunt
force would
head
be when he fell from the flat.
when he fell from the flat.
That's correct, Chair.
And on that point, your assessment is that he could well have been pushed.
Most likely, Chair.
Well, most likely, yes. Okay. So whether one is looking at gunshot or the blunt force, the source of that death is still Cato Manu.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. You know the story of Ahmed Timol, the policeman under apartheid pushed him off John Foster
John
Square,
Foster Square.
and then they said he jumped.
That's correct, Mr.
So can we move on to Kwatuguza?
Yes, Chair, we can move to Kwadukuza. Staying.
Yes. Could you just give us an analysis of what happened here? So the Stanger is, yes, thank you. So the Stanger report is at 2A154, if you want to use that to refresh your memory. So CAS 390908 is Lindelani Buthelezi.
So on the Kwadukuza, case 39 of 9/2008, information was that they were looking for Lindelani. They got information of the address where he was. They went there. When they started knocking, they saw him inside the house, and then when Mostert saw him, he tried to run to, I think he tried to run, and then I'm not sure if I'm confusing it with the other one, where he grabbed the firearm, and then in the process, he was shot by Mostert again.
Yes. Thank you. We will deal with their version shortly. Can we do the ballistics assessment? So that you've dealt with from paragraph 197, 198, and then in 198, you deal with the material that you considered.
Right, on 198, I examined the contents of the docket and associated forensic material for the purpose of conducting a forensic ballistic reconstruction of the shooting incident. The material examined by me, including, amongst others, the post-mortem report compiled by Dr. Agdo with reference number 322/2008, compiled by Dr. Martinez Albertus Deisel on the 9th of September 2008 at Kwadukuza. The crime scene photo album with reference Devon LCRC 167/09/2008, compiled by Sergeant Van Patad. The crime scene photos on the disc and the statement of Inspector Paul Mostert and The statement by Detective Constable Naidu.
Yes, now it's 199 that you were dealing with, and I said we will come back to it. So can you look into that and tell us if you, and you were afraid that you don't want to confuse it with another scene?
199. According to the statement of the police, on the 3rd of September, they arrived at the residence in Stenger. Upon reaching the door, they saw a shirtless male suspect in blue jeans flee from an adjacent room. Inspector Mostert and Constable Naidu pursued him, and they saw the suspect retrieving a pistol from a black suitcase and attempted to aim it at them. In response to the immediate threat, Inspector Mostert discharged his firearm, wounding the suspect and causing him to drop the weapon.
Yes. Do you now remember it?
Yes, it's the one that I was referring to now.
Yes. All right. Thank you. And then you start with the gunshot wounds from paragraph 200.
Yes, now, in terms of the report, there was a gunshot wound entering the left cheek at wound marked 1 and exiting on the right side of the head at wound marked 2.
All right, well, just make sure you go with us. You've referred to photograph 4 and 5 of the report.
Photograph
4 and 5.
4 and 5.
Yes.
That's correct, Chair.
What are we looking at there?
On photograph 4, we have a gunshot wound entering the left cheek, which is marked as wound 1, and exiting on the right side of the head, which is on photo 5, which is marked 2 there on photo 5. We have a grazing wound at the back of the head, which is marked 3, as depicted on photo number 6.
Sorry, before you continue with these pictures, with these photos, let's go back to paragraph 199 of your statement. Unless the summary is not correct or is not adequate, because you say in response, okay, they saw him retrieve a pistol from a black suitcase and attempt to aim it at them. In response to the immediate threat, Inspector Mostert discharged his firearm, wounding, and I'm emphasizing wounding, the suspect and causing him to drop the weapon. Now, common sense would say the person is wounded and he has dropped the weapon. Then the threat is no longer there.
Neutralized.
Although this paragraph does not tell us where he was shot and wounded to cause him to drop the weapon. But now the first photo that you show us is not a picture of someone who was wounded to drop the weapon. You show us a picture of someone who was murdered or who was killed. Help me to understand and reconcile the two, the wounding and what you are showing us at photo 4.
Chair, what we're showing on photo 4 is the position of the wounds. Here I'm starting with the wounds that the deceased has sustained, and I'll go according to steps on which wounds were inflicted. Because I cannot tell the exact sequence, but as we go on, I'll explain what I see on this, and probably it will make sense once we know how he was wounded.
Yes, all right. Lieutenant Colonel, I don't want to disrupt your flow. but we will find the statement of Inspector Mostert at page KD 0012. Yes, there it is. Now, according to him, so they had an informer who shows them the house of Mr. Lindelana Buthelezi. And then they go into this house. And then at paragraph 3, he describes what happens inside this house. Says on 2008/09/3 at, this should be 12 midnight, 00.00, the members and I arrived at the house. The door was kicked in. I entered the room, followed by the above members. I noticed a black male dressed in a jean ran to a adjacent room. I immediately followed, and entering the room, I noticed the black male had removed a pistol from a black carry canvas bag. He was in the process to point it towards me. I, without hesitation, fired several shots in his direction, hitting him in the upper body. He fell to the floor and appeared to be dead. Captain Eva entered the room and took charge of the scene, securing the firearm, a pistol. He summoned the necessary role players, the ambulances, SAP members, duty officers, ICD, as well as members of the LCRC. Just out of interest, why is Captain Eva always coming in to secure the scene?
And Chair, if we'll go back to Captain Eva's statement, let's read Captain Eva's, where he's speaking of Captain Eva.
You mean the Inspector Mostert?
Yes, he said Captain Eva entered the room and took charge of the scene, and he secured the firearm. He secured the pistol, the firearm, a pistol.
Yes.
When he said he secured the firearm, the pistol, I don't know what does he mean there, because if you look at photo number, if we look at, I think it's from my report, it's photo number 5. I'm not sure if we have the photos of the scene, but on my report, it's photo number 5. If he said he secured the firearm and removed the firearm, but you look at the body of the deceased, where he's lying, here's the firearm. So if he said he secured the firearm, but the firearm is still underneath the body, it's contradicting what he's saying there.
Yes. And then the second statement from Ruben Renaido, who's the other policeman that was on the scene, is KD 0018. Yes, that one. This is how he describes the incident. Paragraph 3, on the same day, I departed with other members from my office to Stenga. The suspect's dwelling was pointed out to us by the informer. On Wednesday, 3 September 2008 at 0001, I approached the dwelling. Captain Ubach, Inspector Mostert, and Inspector Makanya accompanied me. The door was kicked in and Inspector Mostert and I entered. The other 2 members followed. As I entered the dwelling, I saw a black male run out of a room and went into an adjacent room. The black male had no shirt on and was wearing a blue jean. Inspector Mostert and I followed the male to the room. As we entered the room, I noticed the black male reach into a black suitcase and removed a pistol from it and was in the process of pointing towards us. Inspector Mostert fired several shots in the direction of the male. The suspect was wounded and fell to the floor. The pistol fell to the floor. Captain Eva entered the dwelling and took control of the scene. So that's how they describe the incident. One does not say he had no clothes on the upper body, the other says he did, but basically it comes down to the same thing. He came in and then he ran back And then he found a suitcase. He took a gun. He was about to point it, and then Inspector Mostert shot him, yes.
Oh, thank you, Advocate Ngcukaitobi, because it answers the questions that I had on paragraph 199, because now it is clear that Inspector Mostert fired a number of shots.
Yes.
And according to his observation, the victim fell and it looked like he was dead.
Yes.
So he literally killed him on the scene, not wound and force and make him drop the weapon, because that would, in one's mind, it would say maybe they shot him in the arm and he dropped the weapon, but he was literally killed because Mostert fired several shots.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Balloima. So, where were you, Lieutenant Colonel? Paragraph 200, yes.
In paragraph 200, we have a grazing wound at the back of the head, which is marked 3, as depicted on photo 6. And a separate wound also at the back of the head, where a damaged bullet was recovered, which is marked wound 4. As depicted on photo 6 also. The deceased sustained the following gunshot wounds to the body: 3 separate entry wounds, wounds 1 and 2 and 3 on the body, as depicted on photo number 3.
Yes, I mean, perhaps you will deal with this when you do your summary. But one thing to note between photo 3 and photo 4 is that on Inspector Mostert's version, several shots were fired in the upper body of the deceased, and he appeared dead. But he is then shot in the head at photo 4.
And then on 201.2, 3 corresponding exit wounds marked 4, 5, and 6, as depicted on photo 7. That's 4, 5, and 6. On observation, the deceased was shot while in 2 different positions. Wounds 2 and 3, depicted in paragraph 3, were sustained while the deceased was in a standing position. Now, if you look at wound 2 and 3, wound 2 and 3, it's visible on photo 3. And it is most likely the wound 2 presented in the entry wounds of the first shot. The wound depicted on 6 the first shot and the wound 6, as depicted on photo 7, is corresponding exit wound. Right, wound 2 and wound 6 would be the first shot.
So
wound 2
and
as
6.
depicted, yes.
So 2 is the entry and 6 is the
6
exit.
is the exit.
Okay.
Wound 2 as depicted on photo 3 is further visible on photos 11. Demonstrate the trace of partially bent and unbent propellant powder particles. Now, if you look at wound 2, I think it's clearer on this photo.
Is this now what part of the body is that?
It's the wound on the chest.
It's the
wound
chest.
2.
Okay.
If we look at this wound, here you can see the powder particles. Here you can see it's not that dark, but there's blackening that indicates it's a close range shot. This, so the firearm was not far from the deceased in this instance.
And what is that? A 9mm or a?
It's a 9mm pistol. And with wound 1 is 2 different wounds which were marked as 1.
Are those the one at photo 10?
Or this one also. If we can look at wound 1, these particles that you see, this is unbent propellant powder particles. So it's also a close range shot.
So is that the left side?
That's correct, here on the left side. So basically the 3 wounds that he sustained are close range shots. And wound 3.
So, sorry, Colonel, the wound at picture photo 11, is it an entry wound?
That's correct, it's an entry wound.
It exits where? At photo 7?
It exits at photo 7, it exits on wound number 6.
Number 6 is the head. Is it
No,
not
no,
7?
number 6 is on the right hand side, towards the hip. It's visible on photo number.
So I'm confusing the pictures here.
Wound number 6 is this one,
Oh, from the other,
on photo 7.
council, I have different documents here. When you refer to the report, refer us to the report, because I'm looking at 2A.
I think it should be at 2A160.
2A160.
60.
160.
2A162.
You should
Photo
be at
11.
2A160.
60.
Yes, for photo 7.
Yes, that is the exit.
Correct. Yes, you are right, Madam Chair, actually. Photo 11 is the entry wound, yes, which is at 2A162.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct, actually. And then 2A160 is the exit at item 6.
Are we correct, Colonel?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Well, on that point, Colonel, can you just explain this concept? This bullet enters here, right in the chest, but it exits here. Yes. Now, how does that happen? Because you would expect from a layperson that if you are standing, according to Mostert, you are standing in front of him, and you shoot him, the bullet will go out here.
Chair, it will depend on how you hold in the firearm.
Yes.
He didn't shoot him straight, but it's a downward trajectory. It's in here, it exits here towards the back.
Okay.
It exited at the back.
Yes. So you would have been holding the firearm like this.
That's correct, Chair.
But what would be the point of holding a firearm like this if you're trying to shoot someone in the chest?
Chair, I can't tell what was he thinking when he was shooting in that position.
But does that not signify that this person was either lying down or towards a lower ground? Because he's not pointing it directly to the chest.
Chair, that's why I'm saying I cannot tell what was he thinking when he inflicted these wounds. Because in some of the wounds, the deceased was already down when he was shot at.
I mean, that's the point, is you are saying that the reason why the entry is here, but the exit is here, is because of the positioning of the firearm, which means the firearm was pointing down or slightly down.
It's slightly down.
Yes,
It's in here and then comes out at the back.
yes. I mean, it does raise the question as to what was the exact position of the shooter and the deceased.
But when you look at the wound, there's traces of unbent and partially bent propellant power. It's at close range. So the firearm could have been probably around this range when the shot was fired, or less than a meter. Let me say less than a meter when the wound was inflicted.
No, that's true. That's the distance, but the position could be that he was higher than on a higher level than the deceased.
It could be at the angle that the firearm was. It could have been on the same angle, but the angle, how the firearm was held, could have been facing a little bit downward.
Yes.
But certainly, the deceased was not standing up. Must have been lying down.
Chair, with this one, the wound at the back is not what do you call the short exit wound. It's just a normal exit wound, so I cannot tell whether he was already down. But if we look at wound number 4, this one, yeah, it shows short. It shows short exit wound. So meaning when this wound was inflicted, by then he was already down. He was shot while lying on the floor.
Yes, because the first wound would have been the one that were inflicted. The first wound would have been the one inflicted on the head.
Chair, if the first wound would be the one inflicted on the head, he would drop immediately.
Yes.
I don't think it would be the first one. This would be most likely the first one, and then this one's. And when he was down, that's when the one in the headshot could have been inflicted, and the one that came out, that wound number 4.
Wound number 4. So wound number 4 at photo 7.
Yes, that's wound number 4. This is what we call the short exit wound. So it shows that he was lying on the floor when this wound was inflicted.
Is that an entry wound?
That's an exit wound.
Exit wound. Okay, so which means he would have been shot in his chest
While he was lying there.
while lying down, and then it would have exited.
And which wound would have caused him to drop down?
Chair, the wound that would have dropped him down, it's that he was shot. Probably he went down because he was already wounded. But while he was down, they could have finished him with the one on the wound number 1. That's on the left, and it exited at the back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps you can go to paragraph 9 of your report, which is at 2A 163.
Right, I'll go to paragraph 8. I'll go to paragraph 8 and 9.
Okay.
2A 163. The wounds sustained by the deceased, as described by the doctor on the post-mortem report, are consistent with the position of the wound visible on photos. The wound marked 2 on photo 11, wound on the chest of the deceased, appears to have the trace of partially bent and bent propellant powder particles. This gives the impression that the firearm was held at close range or was held close to the chest of the deceased during discharging. The wound on the left side of the body, wound 3, is visible on photos, but its position can be seen only on photo 3. The area around this wound is not visible on the other. It's not visible, and no comment can be made on this distance of this firearm. On observation of the post-mortem and crime scene photos, I could reach the following possible conclusions. The deceased sustained gunshot wound while in 2 different positions. The first position, the standing up right position. The 2 bullet entries wound marked 2 and 3 sustained by the deceased were inflicted while in standing. The deceased was in an upright standing position. I'm of the opinion that the wound 2 is the entry wound and most probably the first shot, and wound marked 6 at the right back is the exit wound of the same wound. Wound marked 3 is the entry wound and the second shot, and wound 5 on the right back is the exit wound of this, is the exit wound and most probably the second shot. Both bullet trajectories are from front to back and in a downward direction. Both bullets had ricochet on the wall and are most probably the 2 bullets found on the scene, which is marked B and G. So there we have the bullet marks on the wall from most likely the 2 shots.
Is that photo 12?
On photo 12. After the deceased was shot standing, he fell down, and as he was lying on the floor, the other wounds were inflicted whilst lying on the floor. The 2 wounds marked 1 on the right chest had characteristics of a bullet entry wound. The wound at the back of the body had characteristics of exit wound. The exit wound close to the spine had characteristics of a short gunshot exit wound. Short gunshot wounds of exit is produced when the outstretched skin impaled or sandwiched and crushed between the outgoing bullet and the underlying object over the exit side, thus leaving an abrasion color on the wound margin. The degree of shoring of abrasion increases directly with the kinetic energy of the projectile and the rigidity of the shoring material. The second exit wound towards the right hand also had characteristics of a short gunshot wound of exit. With this wound, there was no hard contact to the body on the floor and the area of the wound, but the bullet could exit and travel further. The wound sustained at the back of the head, marked 3, described by the doctor as during the post-mortem as an irregular linear wound on the scalp, can also be described as a grazing wound. The grazing wound occurs when the bullet scrapes or grazes over the skin without penetrating more deeply. This type of wound is usually elongated or in an oval appearance and may have marginal tears at the edges. The wound at the back of the head, where a highly deformed bullet was recovered and did not enter the skull cavity, gives the impression of the bullet that has lost most of its energy and speed before hitting the head of the deceased, where it was removed. Therefore, I'm of the opinion that the wounds marked, or the wound mentioned in 9.124, 91.25 and 91.26 were caused by the same bullet, but penetrated the chest and exited at the back, and the deceased was lying. It ricocheted on the floor and deviated towards the head, where it created the graze wound before it hit the deceased, where it was removed. This bullet has lost most of its speed and energy, and it perforated the body of the deceased, and when it ricocheted on the floor, that's the reason why it could not penetrate the skull cavity, and when it was deformed. I am of the opinion that the tiles under the body of where the I'm of the opinion the tile under the body where had bullet damages would have bullet damages. The wound on the left chin, marked 1, being the entrance wound, and the wound marked 2 at the right side of the head, being the exit wound of the same bullet. The bullet trajectory is from left to right in upward direction. I am of the opinion that the deceased was in a lying position when this wound was inflicted. The position of the firearm under the head of the deceased is questionable. It is positioned almost on the area where the wound at the back of the head is positioned.
That's photo 5, you said.
That's where I show the position of the firearm underneath the wound.
Is that that photo you were talking about?
That is correct.
Yes.
So if you look at the other wounds, where there's 2 wounds where he was shot while already on the floor or while lying on the ground. One is in and it came out here at the back. When it came out, it deflected. It created the grazing wound and penetrated. It was recovered here at the back of the head. And then this one, it enters here, it exited on the side. These wounds, the 3 of these wounds were most likely, or let me say, were inflicted while he was already on the ground, because those wounds are what we call the short exit wounds.
Yes. And how do you account for the weapon that they claim to have discovered, which is photo 5? Well, according to Mostert, Inspector Mostert, he saw the deceased pull a firearm. Even Warrant Officer Naidu makes the same claim that the deceased went into the room, he took a bag, and then he took a firearm, and as he was about to shoot, Inspector Mostert shot him 3 times.
Chair, by then, if you look at the wound sustained on the chest, it's a close range shot. So he was less than a meter within when these wounds were inflicted. If he pulled out the gun, I don't think it would be able for him to pull out the gun while the person is standing in front of him. Because here we're looking at the muzzle of the firearm. We're not looking at the distance between the two, the suspect or Warrant Officer Mostert and the so-called suspect. We are looking at the distance between the muzzle of the firearm. So possibility of a range of less than a meter between the 2 of them, it's there when the shot was fired. So it could have grabbed the firearm, it could have grabbed the hand that was holding the firearm.
No, but according to them, this is the whole point. There is no possibility of grabbing, because on their version, the suspect is in the house. He then goes into the bedroom. There he takes a bag.
And he took out the firearm.
And then he takes a firearm. So that's when they shoot in retaliation. So the possibility, which is what you have constructed, reconstructed, is that actually these people are close to each other.
That's correct, Chair. They were close to each other.
Yes. And you can see at photo 2 and photo 3, photo 2 is much better, actually.
There is no enough space in that room.
Now, the substance of their version, I've put that to you twice, which is the man goes and he grabs. Is it a false account in your expert opinion?
Chair, it goes back to the modus operandi.
Yes.
That's how they operate.
Yes.
And I disagree with their version of the incident here also.
Yes. Yes. Is there anything to be made of the items that are next to the deceased? Because is that presumably the suitcase that they said the firearm was in? I don't understand. There are 2 empty bottles of Coke and Sprite. Then there is an open suitcase with some clothes next to it.
Hey, Chair, I cannot comment much on those things, but what I can see is the position of the cartridge case is those other items. I don't know how did they came there and what was inside, and I don't even have the description of the suitcase that we are talking about. So I cannot say it's definitely the one that they allege that he took out the firearm.
Yes. But when you look at the cartridges, which is really where your expertise lies, what do you say?
Their positions.
Yes.
Chair, with the position of the cartridge cases mostly on the crime scene, you have to be cautious when describing the scene with the position, because the position of the cartridge cases could be that somebody when was moving there, he kicked them or he moved them to a different position. So to give much more information on those can be misleading sometimes.
Yes. All right. Thank you. All right. But your point is that this idea that he ran into the bedroom, took a firearm, and then it is unlikely because of the proximity.
It's unlikely because of the proximity, Chair.
Thank you. And then we've covered in your statement quite a lot of ground. We've done the analysis of the wounds. We've also done the different body positions, the first position, which was standing upright, second position, lying on the floor. We've now also looked at the probability of this version by the police being true, and you've said in your expert opinion it's not. And then we've also looked at the firearm and the head wound, which takes us to paragraph 213. And what's remaining is your conclusions, which are set out here. You can tell us if you have anything to add.
Chair, I think that's all that I can say on this matter.
Yes. Did you ever find out why Inspector Mostert is the regular executioner? He's always the one carrying a shotgun, a pistol, and then shooting them.
Chair, it's difficult to can say that, but at one stage when we were that side, you know, when we were consulting with a number of people, interviewing people about this, at one stage we once had information that between the three, Warrant Officer Mostert, Captain Van Tonner, and Eric Nel, there was a competition of how many people can you shoot.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm ready to move to the next scene, but I say it's 1339. I don't want to taste the patience of the panel.
Yes, I think it is an appropriate moment to take a break. It's 20 to 2. We will reconvene at 20 to 3. Colonel, you are under oath?
That's correct, Chair. I'm still under oath.
Yes. We will adjourn until 20 to 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Colonel. Good afternoon, Advocate Chauke. Lieutenant Colonel, good afternoon. Before you proceed, it has come to our attention that the images have not been deflighted due to the sensitivity involved. A request has been made that at least certain images should be flighted. We have also observed on our own that there has been limited flighting of what has been described by the witnesses here, therefore limiting information to the public. Having discussed the matter with the parties, the panel is of the view that the images must be shown and the media may flight the images. However, before any such images are flighted, and in the interest of those who may be affected thereby, the legal representatives leading evidence concerning the images should caution the viewers that sensitive information is about to be flighted. We agree now that images may therefore be shown.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You continue to be under oath. You may proceed, Advocate Ngcukaitobi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Colonel, we had finished Berea. We were moving on to Kwamashu case 314/11/2008. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, you deal with Kwamashu at page 2/59 of your report. Of your statement, sorry. In your report, it's 2A167.
160, yes, sir.
You've got it, yes. Now, this is the killing of Mr. Nhlanhla Ngcukaitobi.
Chair, the case is more or less the same as the previous one,
Yes.
where they had information of the suspect that they were looking for.
Yes. Just explain when you say they, it's usually useful for the record to tell us who are you talking about.
The Berea case.
So we're talking about Kwamashu now.
Yeah.
Yes.
I said the modus operandi on Kwamashu 314/11/2008. It's more or less the same as the Berea 288 case, where they were looking for a specific suspect,
And who is they?
the Keitomena members.
Yes.
And they got the address, they went to the address. When they got to the address, they found the suspect. In the process of questioning the suspect, he tried to grab a firearm, and that's when he was shot also.
Yes, thank you. We will look at the statements now of the police from the docket, but we should start with paragraph 217. Paragraph 217 of your statement, what you did.
In paragraph 217, I examined the contents of the dockets and associated forensic material for the purpose of conducting a forensic ballistic reconstruction of the shooting incident. The material examined by me included, amongst the others, the post-mortem report compiled by Dr. Naidu, a crime scene photo album, and additional photos and witness statements by Detective Inspector Eric Nell and Bruce McInnes. The purpose of the examination was to reconstruct the crime scene, determine the trajectory of the bullets, and provide an expert opinion based on physical evidence.
Yes. Now, that statement referenced at 217.3 from, I think it was Inspector
Eric Nell
and
Bruce McInnes.
McInnes. We can start with Inspector Bruce, I think it was a Detective Inspector Bruce McInnes at KM0016. Let's see how they describe the shooting. Yes, so it's just behind you there. So this is an allegation that this gentleman, Mr. Masondo, was involved in ATM bombings. That is in that category of ATM bombings. Now, from paragraph 4, this is how the person who was involved in the killing explains it. Acting on information received from a reliable source that black male Nkuntu Masondo, residing at E1141 Duzum, Okwamashu area, was suspected to be involved in Hammersdale case 4607-2008, use of explosive, armed robbery, theft, malicious injury to property.
Sorry to disturb. Which page are you on? We are lost.
It's KM0016.
16.
16, yes. Thank you. So, acting on paragraph 4, acting on information received from a reliable source that black male Nkuntu Masondo, residing at E1141 Duzuma, Kwamashu area, was suspected to be involved in Hammersdale case 4607-2008, use of explosive, armed robbery, theft, malicious injury to property, several counts of attempted murder of on-duty police officers and armed robbery, hijacking of an SAPS police vehicle, Mapumulo case 3011-2008, murder of 2 on-duty police officers, attempted murder of 2 on-duty police officers, and armed robbery of cash to the value of 600,000 rands and 12 firearms, and Ketumano case 205/04/2003 armed robbery. So it's a list of offenses they allege that he was involved in. Now, but how he describes what happened at the scene is this. On my arrival at E1141 Duzuma, myself and Detective Inspector Nell proceeded to the house door and knocked on the said door. On hearing someone call out, I announced that I was a police officer from the South African Police Service. The door was unlocked and open. I noticed a black female and a male who identified himself as Nkuntu. I entered the house and requested Nkuntu to take me to his room. Myself and Inspector Nell followed Nkuntu to his room, which is a room attached to the main house. Myself and Inspector Nell entered the room, and Inspector Nell proceeded to interview Nkuntu. I was looking around the room when I heard Inspector Nell shout that Nkuntu had pulled out a firearm from under his pillow. I swiftly turned around and noticed Nkuntu bring a firearm to bear on Inspector Nell. I immediately fired 4 9mm rounds at Nkuntu with my Beretta 9mm pistol with serial number H745057. On further inspection, I noticed a .8 special revolver lying on the bed next to Nkuntu. I shouted from Captain Eva to assist. Captain Eva entered the room, and as Nkuntu was still breathing, removed the firearm from the bed and placed same on a nearby chair for safety reasons. Captain Eva then proceeded to contact the paramedics, who later attended the scene. So that's the explanation from the killers. As you said, it's similar to Berea. They go into somebody's house, that person somehow escapes their clutches, they reach out for a firearm, they shoot him. In this case, it's not clear that he was dead on impact, but they shoot him. And thereafter, Captain Eva comes in and secures the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's the same as the previous one, the same modus operandi as the previous one.
Yes. All right. Now, you do your medical analysis from paragraph 219. Now, at this point in time, for the sensitive viewers, there will be images that will be played which might affect those who are sensitive. So, paragraph 219, you deal with your post-mortem report, with the post-mortem report. And what do you say there?
Right, on paragraph 219, the post-mortem report describes the multiple gunshot wounds affecting one, the left arm, the chest and back, the abdomen, the lower body, and the genital region. Each wound was examined in relation to its entry point, exit point, where present, and the direction on travel through the body. The wounds visible on the crime scene photos correspond with those described in the post-mortem report. Some wounds recorded by the doctor were not clearly visible on the crime scene photos, but their presence is medically confirmed in the report. The wounds are analyzed with reference made to photographs 6, 7, and 8, 9 in the report.
So if we go to your report, you start at 2A176.
2A17.
Yes, that's where photos 6 and 7 appear.
If you look at the wounds sustained as depicted on photos 6, we have wound marked 1, which is on the left upper arm. We have wound marked 3A, which is on the left side of the torso. And we have wound marked 4A on the stomach just above the belly button. And we have wound marked 5A just below the belly button. Now all these wounds are the entrance wounds that the deceased sustained.
So you're looking at photo 7.
On photo 7, 6 and 7, yes.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Right, if you look at the back on photo 8, we have wound marked 3B, which is the corresponding exit wound of wound marked 3A, and then wound 4B is in relation with wound 4A, which is on photo 7. Is the exit. And wound mark 1B, it's not visible on the photos, but if you look at photo number 10, that's where I illustrated the possible bullet trajectories through the body.
I see. So the arrows are showing the direction of the bullets.
That is correct, Chair. The arrows are showing the direction of the bullets. Now, if we look at our bullets, your entrance will be this one. It exited here at the back. This one, the entrance in 3A is there. It goes back, it exits here on 3B. And then 1A, it exits on the arm, it comes in, it exits again on the chest, and then exit around that area.
You said 1A is exit. I thought you said is entry.
1A here is the entrance,
Entry, yes.
and then the exit of it, it's here at 1B.
Yes, thank you.
Right. When you look at paragraph 9, where I've mentioned that after my observation of the crime scene photos and
Paragraph
post-mortem
9
report
of your report.
of my report, yes, on page 2A178. I said, after my observation of the crime scene photos and post-mortem report, I came to the following conclusions. Based on the information obtained from my observation, I am of the opinion that the deceased was shot while in two different positions. There are bullet trajectories that are perforating the body of the deceased in a downward, as stated in post-mortem report, as well as those perforating in upward through the body of the deceased. I said it is not possible to confirm the possible position of the deceased when some of the wounds were inflicted, since there was no possible bullet hole or bullet marks visible on photos that emanate from the bullet, on photos emanating from bullet perforating from the body of the deceased. The possibility of holes in the bed and not being visible cannot be excluded. Entry wound marked A4 could have possibly been inflicted while the deceased was in a standing position or seated position on the bed with his upper body in an upright position. The trajectory of wounds marked A1, A2, A3, and A5 are upwards from left to right and are consistent with the position of the deceased as he appears on the photos.
Yes, can you just stop there, because that portion did interest me. What point are you making here? Was he shot while lying down or not?
Right. The first one I said, if we look at this, where you have entrance wound marked A1 and exit wound marked 4A and exit marked 4B. If in a standing position, your trajectory is upward. It enters here and it goes up, it exits at higher position. Because when you look at these ones are going down. So the entrance are lower than your exit. And that one is that direction. So this one is from just below the belly button, but it exits at the... So in a standing up position, it's not possible he was shot in this position. But the minute he sits down, it would make sense. If in a seated position, your entrance is here, and then your exit will be here. Wherever he was shot by somebody who's standing in front of him, if he's standing and he shot at him like that, in this direction, it would make sense. Your trajectory will be the same as that one.
I see. Can you look at photo 11 and then perhaps just repeat what you've said in reference to photo 11? Yes, that one.
Yes, photo 11. I'll say that the shooter most likely will be standing here. When he shot at him while in a seated position, so your entrance will be here, and then your exit will be up. So it will be a trajectory that makes sense too. And then the other wounds which you inflicted, when standing here, shooting at him, your entrance is here, your exit, and then this one goes to that direction. So it was most likely that the first wound could have been where he was shot standing and then he fell, sit on the bed. The second one was inflicted, and when he slammed to the backward, the third wound was inflicted.
Yes. So 2 of those wounds were inflicted while he was in a seated position.
That's correct, Chair.
Can we say it was a seated position or it was either seated or lying position?
The wound 4A and B would be in a seated position,
Okay.
and that could be in a position where he was lying down towards his back.
Which
on
one?
the bed. That would be, if you go back to the other photo,
Photo 10.
that would be this one, where it enters here and exits at the back. But this one is while he was in a seated position. Because if it's in a standing position, it's not possible that it will be hit. And this one, it's most likely could be is either in a seated position or in a standing up position. That one will fit.
Okay.
That one seems to be straight, 1A to 1B.
1A to 1B is a straight one.
And that,
It could be while he was seated or while he was in a standing position.
but 3A to 3B, he was either lying down or seated. 4A and 4B, he was either lying down or seated.
4A, 4B was in a seated position. And then 3A, 3B was in a position, lying position.
So if I take the one, so if you go to photo 2 and 3, because both of them show him in a lying position. So just go to 3 for now. And then can you use that one as to illustrate your point?
To illustrate the point on this,
Yes, of
this
which
position.
of those 3 would have been shot whilst he was in that position?
I'll say 3, which enters around this area, and then the exit is at the back. Now, if you're looking at it with this one, 1 will be here. It goes through the body, but if you're standing here, it's not possible. So your body has to be back in this position, in a straight position, where you can get the correct trajectory. And if you look at the 4A and 4B, 4A will be here, 4B will be at the back. Now, if it's lying in this position and you're standing here, it's not going to be possible. But if in a seated position, straight facing the shooter, it will be position.
Yes. All right.
The body being in an upright position, even if
body-
you are seated.
That is correct, Chair. The body being in an upright position.
Yes.
Yes. So the explanation for this is what? Is that at some point he's standing and they shoot him, but he's incapacitated and sits down. They shoot him again, and then he lies on the side. Then they shoot him again.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. So you were still at paragraph 9.2 when I stopped you of your report.
As I said, the trajectory of wounds marked A1, A2, A3, and 5A are upwards from left to right and are consistent with the position of the deceased as he appears to be on photo, lying on the photo where he's lying on his right side. I am of the opinion that these wounds were inflicted when the deceased was lying on the bed as he appears on the photos 3 and 4. The shooter was positioned in front of him and next to the chair with a firearm with a firearm. Now the shooter was positioned in front of him next to the chair with a firearm. The area is marked in red as it appears on photo 11.
Yes, we can see the chair on photo 11.
So around this
Shooters.
area, that's where the shooter could have been positioned when inflicting these wounds.
Thank you. So that covers from paragraph of your statement 219 right up to 232. Now, that's an analysis of the wounds sustained by the deceased. Now, I want to look at the physical evidence around that, which is what you deal with at 233. I mean, there's something here which is, this appears to be a bedroom and is seated on a bed.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Which means that the policeman went inside his bedroom.
That is correct. They were in the bedroom.
And they shot him inside his bedroom. Now, is there anything to be said about the distance between where the shooter is and where the body is?
Chair, I cannot comment much about the distance because there's no mention of any visible propellant particles or tattooing on the body. But on the body, we wouldn't be able to get a tattooing because he's wearing clothes. So if a person is wearing clothes, the propellant powder particles will not penetrate the skin but will land on the clothing material that the person is wearing. So if there was mention of that, then I would be able to determine more or less how far was the firearm when the wounds were inflicted.
No, I'm talking, if we just stick to photo 11, the version of the police, you must remember, is that this man was grabbing a firearm and shooting us.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, when you just look at that physical space within which the shooting was taking place, what the probabilities are?
Chair, it's a small area, it's a small distance, so I wouldn't expect them to be far from him
Yes,
when the wounds were inflicted.
yes. Because according to them, they were with him and then he escaped them, and then he took a firearm.
And he grabbed a firearm.
Yes. But when you actually look at the physical space, does it really look possible that they were with him and then he left them to take a firearm and then? Yes. Actually, photo. No, that's a thing. Yes. Well, actually, in the docket, Leonard Friend says we should look at KM0055 at photo 10 there in KM0055. Yes, that's the picture. It's showing the other side, which is where they were standing.
Where in relation to that pinkish stuff next to the door, would they have been standing?
Chair, if you look at the chairs and if you look at the previous photo, so the area where they could have been standing would be around this area, not far from here.
Yes. And I mean, what is your estimate of the square meters between that and the deceased? Well, in the bed, really, because he was sitting on the bed when he was initially shot. Firstly, he was standing up. So it seems that it would have been a very, very short distance.
It could have been a very, very short space between the two. I would think at least a meter or a meter and a half away from the deceased.
Yes. Yes. Because I'm trying to reconcile this idea that he left, went to take a firearm and came back, and doesn't appear to be supported by just the physical evidence.
Chair, that is how they explain their situations. And when you look at this photos, the crime scene photos and the scenario, we compare what they are saying and what you see in the photos, it's not consistent with what you see on the photo is not consistent to what they are saying in their statement.
Yes. All right, thank you. So you've done paragraph 233, 234, 235. Can you deal with that?
2-3.
3, 234, and 235.
Right. 2-3.
233.
233.
Yes.
Right. In 233, it said some bullets traveled upwards through the body from left to right. Some traveled backward and upwards. At least one traveled backward and downward from right to left. One bullet was recovered from beneath the skin in the back area and was described as a 9mm full metal bullet. The variation of bullet direction is significant. When a bullet travels upward through the body, it usually means that the shooter was positioned lower than the body. When a bullet travels downward through the body, the opposite is usually the truth. Now, in this instances where the bullet is traveling from downward to, it's in the instances where the victim or the deceased was in a seated position, as it appears on wound number 4, where it's 4A and 4B.
Yes, thank you. So that's, you deal with that at 236. And 237 you've explained, and 238. And 239 and 240 you've dealt with that. And 241 right up to 246. You've covered those in your explanation.
That's correct, Chair.
Correct, yes. Now, under your conclusions, you said that a 9mm was used, and we know the killer because he has confessed that he was the killer, Eric Nair.
That's correct, Chair.
Is he one of those who once competed with Mostert about how many people can be killed?
That's correct, Chair. It's Mostert, Eric Nel, and Van Tonner.
Yes. Is there anything in your conclusions that you wish to highlight that you haven't had a chance to say?
No, Chair. I think I've covered that.
Thank you. Can we move to the next scene, which is Rustenburg, at page 2/66. Now, this is the first time we get a case outside of KwaZulu-Natal, which is the geographic scope of operation of Cato Mano. And we've come across this name before. The person they killed here is Mr. Sfiso on Demand. All right. Sorry, before you go there, I'm told to draw your attention to paragraph 247.5 of your conclusions. So that idea of pulling a firearm from the pillow comes from the statement by Mr. Eric Nell.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. What do you say at 247.5?
247.5, I said the reconstruction does not support the suggestion that he was shot while actively reaching under a pillow for a firearm.
Yes. Thank you. So we are in Rustenburg. This is the killing of Mr. Sfiso Ndimande. If I recall, is one of those that were killed in retaliation of the killing of Superintendent Tongo.
Good.
Could you tell us briefly what was happening here?
Chair, I'm trying to recall this incident, but it slipped out of my mind.
Yes, that's
What I
fine.
know is that they
Well,
left case at
your
the
report is at 2A 276.
two A
276.
276.
Yes.
Yes, I have the report with me here.
Yes.
But given the background of the incident, I cannot recall it clearly.
Yes. Well, we have a number of statements from the police officers. From the docket itself. So, this is most yes. So, if you go to RB 0013. Yes, so that statement is given by Inspector Mostert.
This is mustard handwriting.
Oh, I see. Now, in paragraph 1, it says, on Sunday, 2009, 09/20, I received information regarding the, I think it's old suspect, wanted on Begi Temba, case 11301/2009, murder. Information was that the suspect was hiding in Rustenburg. The same day at 10 hours, Captain Neva, Inspector Makanya, Inspector Padayachi, Inspector Ganes, Sergeant Mkwanazi, and myself proceeded to Rustenburg. The same day at 17:20, we arrived. At 2200 hours, the informer accompanied us to number 58, Skading Road, Rustenburg. Where he pointed the house out to me at 23:10, the members, what does this? And I entered the property. Inspector Padayache and myself remained at the front door. Yes. At 23:15, Inspector Padayasha kicked the door. As he entered, I noticed the suspect to jump from the couch. He fired 2 shots towards Inspector Padayasha and I. We returned fire, and as the suspect fell to the ground, the pistol was still in his hand, and as he tried to get up, I fired a further 2 rounds towards his upper body area with my 9.77 Z88 pistol with serial number, and then he gives the serial number. So that is his version, that this alleged suspect actually shot at them, and then he shot back. So can you start at paragraph 249 of your statement?
Paragraph
249.
249.
Yes.
In paragraph 249, background. On the 9th of October 2012, during the course of my official duties as a forensic ballistic examiner, I attended the crime scene at house number 58 Skaden Street, Rustenburg North. At the request of investigator Musiapoa of the IP. Upon arrival at the scene, I conducted an examination, a forensic examination of the premises for the purpose of reconstructing the shooting incident. On observation of the scene, I only noticed 3 possible bullet holes in the wall inside the room. The furniture was removed since there were new occupants. On the same day, I received the following documents from investigator Musiapoa, which were to be utilized in crime scene reconstruction. The post-mortem report compiled with reference Puken DR 710/2009, compiled by Dr. Minyatso, Reginald McCarthy, dated 21 September 2009. A statement by Inspector Paul Mostert, a statement by Constable Pareachi. The intention and scope of the forensic examination comprised of the following: crime scene reconstruction, bullet trajectories determination, and expert opinion concerning the matter of the case.
So you're about to start medical analysis, and there will be sensitive pictures shown. Paragraph 254, you can do that with reference to the images.
Chair, on the photos that I have, most of the bullet wounds are still invisible in the photos. Only the position of the deceased and the gunshot wound through the head that is there. Right, on 2.254, the deceased sustained multiple gunshot wounds to the orbital region, which is wound 1, that is on the head, and wound 2 is at the neck. Wound 3 is on the shoulder, and wound 4 is on the bicep. Wound 5 is and back wound 6, wound 7, and wound 8. In terms of the post-mortem report, the wound patterns show that one bullet passed through the head and the neck, and the same bullet re-entered the body at the shoulder and exited through the arm Another bullet caused the angled entry wound and traveled downwards. With the crime scene analysis and reconstruction, the downward trajectory through the orbital region of the head made it impossible that the deceased was standing up straight or lying flat when these wounds were inflicted, when these shots were fired.
All
The
right,
most
can we
probable
just stop there, because I need you to help us to understand some of these conclusions. So let's start with photo 3 at page 2A/281.
Which photos?
Photo 3, Madam Chair.
Two.
Page 2A/281. Yes. Now, what are we looking at there?
In photo 3, that's where we see the position of the body of the deceased.
Yes, but what are the? I mean, there is obviously a lot of blood there.
Yes,
But what is
there's
that
a pool of
indicative?
blood
Yes.
on the side, right hand side, and just above the head.
Yes. Indicative of what?
The bleeding from the wounds that the deceased has sustained. And this shows that the position of the body was moved or was changed. If we look at the bleeding that is here, from there you see that it moves to that side. We look at the saturation of the bleeding on the T-shirt of the deceased along the left shoulder. So basically this part was most likely here. And when they moved the body to that side, it only created this trail, and then the position is changed.
Yes. Thank you. And then in photo 4. Now, in photo 4, what I want to draw your attention to are those green cones. What do they show?
The green cones could show it's either the bullet or the cartridge cases, or both bullets and the cartridge cases from the crime scene.
Yes. So that means that there were 7 cartridges or bullets that were recovered from the crime scene.
It would be bullets and cartridge cases, 7 bullets and cartridge cases
Discovered from
recovered from the crime scene,
the
yes.
crime scene, yes. All right. Because they claim that he also discharged his own firearm.
That's what they are alleging, Chair.
Yes. Now, then, where you were looking...
Sorry,
Yes.
Advocate, before you proceed, what could have been the reason to move the body from its original position? Would it have been to take pictures, or what other reason could have been?
Chair, sometimes it would depend. It would be when they're taking pictures of the body, or it would be when the paramedics are there to certify in death. In some instances, they'll tend the body so that they can check.
Now, thank you, madam. And then I want to go to photo 5 and 6, which is at 2A, 282.
On photo 5 and photo 6 would be, it shows the position of the cartridge case, which is J, and here you would see the bullet marks or the bullet defects on the wall and on this room divider.
And when you look at them at photo 6, what are they consistent with what type of a firearm?
It's most likely a handgun, a pistol.
Pistol. And that's the handgun that Mr. Mostert used.
That is correct, Chair.
Now, just on that point, I mean, I never see in these pictures and cases and dockets Mr. Mostert using a machine gun. He is always carrying a 9mm.
Chair, in most cases where Warrant Officer Mostert is involved, he's using a pistol, not a rifle.
Yes. But in terms of the deadly impact, which one is deadlier between a pistol and a rifle?
Chair, I would say both of them are deadly, but the rifle, it's more because it has a lot of pressure, it has a lot of energy that it's transferring to your body. So the rifle will be more effective than a pistol if you compare it when shooting at a person directly.
Yes.
But in shooting at a person, maybe inside the vehicle or behind any other object, I would say pistol will be, in most cases, compared to a 5.56, your pistol will be more effective than the rifle.
A pistol is effective.
When shooting behind an object,
I
like
see.
let's say a person has been, you are shooting at a person who's inside the vehicle. As I said, with the 5.56, when it hits the door panel or the panels of the vehicle, those bullets, the 5.56, fragment easier. But with a 9mm, it will not fragment, it will just go through.
Yes. All right, so when you look at the position holes in LK photo 6, those will be consistent with a 9mm.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And we know here that Mr. Mostert actually used a 9mm.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And then photo 7 and photo 8, they are the same holes but in closer proximity.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Photo 7 and 8.
Photo
Yes, 7
7.
and 8. You agree those would be consistent with a 9mm?
That's correct, Chair.
And then there are further holes again at photo 9 and 10 on the wall.
Yes, that's correct. That's the bullet hole was marked B on the wall.
Yes. Is that also consistent with a 9mm?
That is also consistent with a 9mm.
Yes. And then there is photo 11 and photo 12.
Photo 11, photo 12, it's two different holes. The one at the photo 11, it's marked B, is the same one that we see on photo 10, photo 9, 10. And then there's photo bullet hole marked A, which is in the sofa and in the wall.
Yes. Yes. Now, then I want to take you to 13 and 14 because that's where you were giving the explanation of at paragraph 254 and 255 of your statement. So starting with 13.
Starting with photo 13, it's showing the position of the deceased, and as I have explained, where the body was turned over. Originally, it was lying on the stomach or on the front part, and then here on photo, it moved, it's lying on its back now.
Yes. Now, when you look at photo 14, which is a wound next to the right eye,
That's correct, Chair. When you look at that wound, it's on the right temple, and that's the entrance wound.
and when it says only one wound visible,
Chair, what is important in this instance is if we look at the wounds, let's go back to paragraph 254.
yes,
The deceased sustained multiple gunshot wounds on the optical region, which is wound 1. That is the wound that you are looking at now. That's the head wound. And then the wound 2 would be on the neck. And then wound 3 would be on the shoulder. And wound 4 would be on the bicep. And backward. Now, if you look at these wounds that I've just mentioned, it gives the impression that these wounds were from the same bullet. So it's only one shot fired. So what I'm looking at now, and I want to explain from this photo. If we look at this photo, if we look at this wound, we have a line here. The wound is here, and then we have a line around here. That is what we call the muzzle imprint. Right. With the muzzle imprint, it shows that when the shot was fired, the firearm was pressed against the head. So this is a contact shot where the firearm is pressed against the head. So when the gas that comes from the muzzle of a firearm penetrates the wound, the skin would expand a little bit and then contract back to its original position. When it expands, it picks up the muzzle of the firearm. This is the muzzle of the firearm. So when you look at this wound, how he was shot, the head of the deceased slanted to the left. The firearm is pressed here. A shot is fired. It enters here. It exits on the neck. It enters on the shoulder. It exits on the bicep.
And
Are you saying it must have been against the scalp?
It's pressed against the head. It's pressed against the. So the firearm basically was pressed against the head of the deceased.
yes, and you deal with that at paragraph 257. Can you just deal with that paragraph? Just read it out.
The most probable position of it was that the deceased was in a kneeling position in front of a standing shooter. The skull fracture adjacent to wound 2 could have resulted in an impact on the floor upon collapsing.
So, as I understand, then you are saying two things. The one is that the firearm was pressed against his head, but also he must have been in a kneeling position.
He must have been in a lower position, most likely a kneeling position. It could have been a sitting position, where the shooter did not shoot at him while he was in a standing position. Because if he'd been in this position, it will be in and out. But if he's kneeling down and he's shot in this direction, your bullet enters here, it exits where he's in this position. Because if he's in a standing position and in this position, the neck is slanted to the left, it would be very difficult for him to shoot in this position. But if he's either in a kneeling position, he will be shot in this position where the head will be slanted to the left. It enters here, it exits on the neck, it enters on the shoulder, and exits on the bicep.
And then paragraph 258.
On paragraph 258, the blood saturation pattern indicated that the deceased initially was lying down and was subsequently moved. So that's what I was explaining, that he was initially lying on his stomach and then the position was changed to be on his back.
You've dealt with 259, which is what you call the muzzle imprint.
That is correct, Chair.
Can you just give us your expert opinion on this version that has been given by Inspector Mostert, that basically this was an exchange of fire because the deceased shot at him, he shot back.
Chair,
And he claims, according to his statement, that it's actually a number of shots that he shot. But the fatal one is one.
Chair, I would say the shot that was inflicted is this one, where he was shot. But I don't see any other shots fired towards him where he was away from them. Because in this one, it's at close range and the firearm is in contact. So meaning the deceased was very close to Mustard, but the firearm was in contact with the head of the deceased when the wound was inflicted. It's not that he was there and then he was shooting at Mustard, Mustard was shooting back at him. It's not possible. I do not agree with that version.
But you also say it's just impossible.
It's impossible for that.
I mean, if your opinion is that it's impossible, then I will be arguing to the panel that he's lying.
I would say so, Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Your conclusions are at 261 to 265. If there's anything there that you wish to add that you haven't said so far. Sorry, I misled you. At paragraph 259, the photographs 15 and 16, you hadn't actually dealt with them. They are at 2A, 288. So I need to give you a chance to comment on them. 2A, 288.
The photograph at photo 15 looks similar to photograph 14, which you described earlier. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair. That's the one that I've explained. Because this is the position, the position of the wound. And if you go to the next photo, photo 16, that's where the muzzle imprint is clear.
Oh, I see.
It's a close-up photo of the muzzle imprint of the firearm.
And then you also dealt with this, what you call the saturation of the blood, which is in photo 17.
Yes. On photo 17, that's why I said, if you look at this part of the saturation of blood, it was originally here. So when they moved the bodies to the side, and then that side came to the side, you see this. Because if the original position would be this, bleeding would be downwards, but will not go upwards. If he's bleeding on the shoulder and he's resting on the back, the bleeding from this wound would not come to that direction, would go to the lower area because of gravity. If you look at this, your bleeding goes down there from the nose. It doesn't go to that direction. It will go down because of the gravity.
Yes, no, thank you. All right, so you've covered everything in your report. And did you say you wanted to comment on your conclusions, or are you satisfied that you've
Chair, I'm satisfied with it.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question? According to the witness explanation, it seems that it was just one bullet, and correct me if I'm wrong, one bullet that went through the head, out and into the shoulder, out through the bicep.
That is correct, Chair.
And then, but not unless you are referring to only those that you could see from the photos, but at 260, at paragraph 260, you refer to the shots to chest were most likely subsequent shots to the head wound 1 and 2. Does it mean that there were further shots?
There were further shots fired, but the wounds are not visible on the photos. That's why I couldn't elaborate more on them, because I don't have any photos of those wounds.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean, that one shot, I suppose we've used the word fatal.
This will be the fatal shot that went through the head.
So is that the point you were making, that the single fatal shot was that one?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. But I suppose if the point made is to be considered, according to your explanation, he would have been shot first from the head and rendered incapacitated, and then shot again on the chest.
Chair, that's why I said I cannot comment more on the chest wounds because I haven't seen them. I don't know how they appear. But it could be that he was shot maybe first on the head or was shot first. That's why he was down, and then the head shot was just to finish him. It's possible also in that scenario.
Yes. Because you say the head was definitely either him sitting down or kneeling.
That's correct, Chair.
But I suppose...
But I would think it will be most likely in a kneeling position, because if in a seated position, it would fall easier. But if in a kneeling position, because the skull has cracked, so it would be the impact when the head hit the floor, creating the cracking, because the bullet has already caused damage to the skull. On impact, it will cause more damages to crack the skull.
Yes. Yes, I mean, yes, it would also be difficult for the actual gun to touch the skin, which is what you found. Yes, I'm saying that unless he is in a fixed position, it would be difficult for the gun to touch the skin.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Can we go to escort at 269?
To go to escort, we'll take a comfort break for 15 minutes. Before we do that, did I hear you correctly that Mr. Mostert was using a 9mm?
That's correct. He was using a pistol, 9mm pistol.
And all these wounds, the injuries, were sustained as a result of the use of the 9mm.
That
All
is
of
correct.
them?
That's correct. The wounds that I have just explained here were from a 9mm pistol.
But what do you make of the statement of Inspector Padayaki at RB 0011, paragraph at RB 0012? Maybe you can read from the previous paragraph, but he says, well, he described where this suspect was sitting. He fired 2 shots, that is the suspects, at us with a handgun. I fired 3 shots at the suspect with my R5 rifle, serial number 324847. Is that consistent with the injuries sustained?
Chair, the injuries sustained by the deceased, the wounds that I've just mentioned here, were not inflicted by a rifle, it's a pistol. So if he certified, maybe it could be the wounds sustained in the body that we don't know of. According to the postmortem, there were some wounds on the body, but I do not know those wounds. I couldn't see. There's no pictures of the wounds that were provided. So I would say the wound sustained here is from a contact shot with a pistol, but not a rifle. And that will be the fatal shot.
Supposing Mr. Padayaki is correct, he shot at the deceased 3 times with a R5. What would have then happened to this body?
Chair, the wounds would be, I think they would be visible. Even the clothing, we would be able to see the bleeding from the clothing, from those wounds. That's why I'm saying if the only wounds that I could see was those ones. But the others I don't see. If you look at photo number 17, Right, on photo number 17, if you look at the whole body here, there's no other wounds. The only wounds are is this one and the ones that come through, that exited here. So these are the only wounds that are visible on the photo. So if he shot with an R5, then there's no wound that would be from an R5 that is visible on the body here.
But if that were so, having explained to us the effect of using a rifle, R5, what could have happened to this body?
It would depend on where the bullets hit the body. If it would hit the body somewhere around the body, then the wounds would be huge. Would not be the same size or the same diameter as the wounds from a pistol.
The likelihood is that Detective Padayachi is not telling the truth, because the pictures are not consistent with what he describes in his statement.
The likelihood would be, I would say, it would be that he missed and the bullet either hit the floor, hit something fragmented, created all the bullet holes that we see inside the wound, inside the house, or inside that room.
And when a statement such as this is made, where an officer says, I used an R5, we know that R5s are not used by the police, am I correct?
The R5 are used by the
Are
police.
used by the police.
That's correct, Chair.
Shouldn't this firearm have been taken for testing,
It would have been taken for testing also.
as well as the pistol that
As the
was
pistol.
used by Mr. Mostert?
That's correct, Chair.
Were they?
I am not sure. I'm not sure.
Meaning
Because,
that
Chair, I went to the scene in 2012 and the incident occurred in 2008. So I would not know. And in 2009, I'm not sure if it was taken to the lab.
in most of these cases, including this very one, IPID was involved.
That's correct, Chair. It was investigated by IP,
Mr. Musiapo.
Musiapo. And Musiapo in 2012 was part of the IP team that was investigating Ketomena in KZN.
Yes. And he was also involved in the Rustenburg case.
Yes, Chair.
Would he have been obliged as an investigator to take these firearms for testing?
Chair, it depends on the investigating officers. In some instances, they will take the firearm there and test them and send them for testing. But in some instances, the investigating officer would make arrangements that the firearm must be brought for ballistic testing.
Yes, I'm saying these are matters involving police. That's why IPID is involved.
That's correct, Chair.
And Mr. Musiapua, who then referred these letters to you, should have been in a position to cause these firearms to be taken for testing, for the completeness of the investigation.
That's correct, Chair. I think if we can go back maybe, because I don't have all the documents, it probably was taken in 2009 to the lab for examination. I cannot recall if it was taken or not, but it might be that it was taken in 2009. And when we're doing the cases in 2012, the firearm was already there. It's possible that.
But if that were so, still, the testing may have been done in 2009. You would expect the results to be included in the docket?
That's correct, Chair. I would expect the results to be in the docket.
But there are no such results in the dockets before us?
I'm not sure if they were in the dockets, but here I don't have those results.
Thank you, Counsel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair, I have a question, but I can reserve it for after the short break.
Yes.
Thank you.
May my sister just park the question, and we'll continue after a tea break after 15 minutes. That will take us to 22:05, and we will adjourn at 5:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Colonel Mangena. Judge Chauke, good afternoon. You are still under oath, sir.
I'm still under oath, Chair.
You may proceed, Counsel.
Thought there was a question from the panel.
Yes.
Please.
I have a question.
Oh, by the way,
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the person or official that is more qualified to tell us about the wounds on a deceased body is the doctor the pathologist. Am I correct?
Chair, you are correct.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to RB 0059. Are you there? Okay. Yes. If you can assist us to reconcile, and this comes as a follow-up to the question that was asked by my sister about the rifle allegation. So if you can assist us, because the pathologist obviously handled the body and checked and recorded all wounds. Can you go through that, see external appearances of body and conditions of limbs, and assist us whether there is any indication of a wound that was inflicted by a rifle, or whether this summation accords with the conclusion that you came to in your own report? I'm not sure, maybe this should be read into the record, because it might be that I'm asking a question in a vacuum.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Yes, in your report, Lieutenant Colonel, at 279, well, I'm not sure whether you just replicated it or summarized the post-mortem report at paragraph 7.
A279.
2A, 279.
279.
Yes.
Chair, on paragraph 7 on 2A279, it's where I replicated the post-mortem report as it appears on the screen, how the doctor mentioned or described the wounds.
Yes. Could you read out then the contents of paragraph 7 into the record?
Right. According to the doctor, the wound 1 on the right orbital region, lateral and entrance wound with abrasion ring beveled into the inside, and it's 1 by 1 centimeters in size. Wound 2, the right parental region entrance wound, and 1 by 1 in size. Wound 3, the left neck region, just posterior to the left ear. Exit wound and exit wound of wound exit wound of wound 2. So wound 3 communicate with wound 2. Wound 4, the left shoulder region on the upper tip of the shoulder as entrance wound with abrasion ring beveling to the inside, and abrasion ring which is 1.5 by 1.5 centimeters with the wound itself 1 by 1 centimeters in size. Wound 5, left bicep region, anteromedial as exit wound of wound 4. Wound 5 communicate with wound 4. So these are the wounds that I have mentioned on the left hand side from the side, right? And then
Okay, so just stop there. You remember the
7.6.
question was whether that report is consistent with your findings. So you say wound 1 up to wound 5 is consistent.
it's consistent, Chair.
All right, thank you.
So, and can we say wound 6 and 7 are from a rifle?
Chair, I would say from the rifle because on 7.6, he said wound 7, it's a grazing wound with bullet coming from the left side of the patient, and the wound is 2 centimeters to the left of the spine and just grazed the epidermis. So meaning it did not penetrate. This one did not penetrate. It only grazed the side, the back side of, on the left hand side. And then wound 7 on the right spinal region caused by same bullet. As for wound 6, bullet penetrated beneath the skin, then moved through the skin to exit 7 centimeters from wound 7 and wound 8. All 3 wounds, that is wound 6, 7, and 8, are 8 centimeters above the condylar region.
From what you've testified on, you indicated that the rifle bullet, when it comes into contact with an object, it fragments. So what is being described at wound 6 and wound 7 would not be a rifle bullet.
It might not be a rifle bullet because it did not penetrate. It only grazed the screen, creating a graze and then along the back of the wound. But it's not. It would not be. If it was a rifle, I would expect a bigger wound than what the doctor is explaining here.
So this then confirms your conclusion that I don't want to miss. Well, I don't know, Padayaki.
I think he's a warrant
Spotted.
officer.
Sorry?
I think he's a warrant officer.
Warrant
Padayaki.
Officer Padayaki misrepresented the facts when he said he fired a rifle. He used his rifle to fire.
Chair, I wouldn't say, or I wouldn't confirm that he misrepresented. It might be that he has fired, but he has missed the target. He has missed the deceased. It's also possible.
But we can accept that from both your report and the pathologist report, there were no wounds on the deceased created by a rifle.
That's correct, Chair. There are no wounds described by the doctor that would fit the wounds sustained from a rifle.
Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, on that, back to that report of the pathologist of Dr. Makate, it's just something there to be completed, which is at page RB 0059.
Counsel?
I just want the witness to have it in front of him. It doesn't look like he does have it right now. Yes, now under E. Under E is a cause of death. What is the cause of death?
The cause of death is gunshot wound to the head.
Yes, and is that consistent with your report?
That's consistent with my findings, Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Can we please move on to escort, which is at page 269 of your report and 2A92 of the big bundle. So look at page 92. No, sorry, 2A91. Do you have it?
I have it, Chair.
You confirm that that is your report that goes from 91 to 100.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. So this is the case of escort. I think it's Mr. Gladwell Tokozani Njapa. Yes. Oh, sorry. Oh, no. Sorry. Yes, escort CAS 3408 2008. Sorry. No, Madam Chair. Yes.
Yes, 2-69.
Oh, yes. 2-69. I thought we were talking about the case reference. Sorry.
No.
I apologize. The name of the deceased is Musi Sanele Majola. Is it Muzi? Do you have it?
I have the report with me.
Yes. Could you give us a summation of what happened here?
Chair, in this case, the deceased was arrested by K-Tomena members, and they were traveling with him towards KZN. And when they got to escort the Ultra City garage, they alleged that he requested to go to the bathroom. They stopped there, they took him to the bathroom. After taking him to the bathroom, they released the handcuff. In the process of releasing the handcuff, he attacked Naidu, I think Sergeant Naidu. And in the process, I think it's Eric Nell he attacked Naidu and then started to disarm Naidu, and then Eric Nell shot you.
Yes. The participants here were the usual crowd. Nel, Mostert, Naidu, Pandey. Are those familiar names?
That is correct, Chair. Those are Ketomena members.
Thank you. So you examine the docket at paragraph 267, and what are its contents?
.267,
Paragraph 267 of your statement.
in paragraph 267, in the docket contained, among other documents, the post-mortem report with Peter Marisbeck PM 183/822/2008, compiled by Dr. Gastev, I don't know how to pronounce that, and was signed on the 13th of August 2008. And the following statements by Detective Inspector Eric Nell, by Detective Inspector Mukesh Pandey, Detective Inspector Paul Mostert, and Constable Naidu, Ruben Naidu.
Yes. Now, I mean, we can go through the statements, but your recollection is accurate about what they say happened. But you can give it now, or we can go through the statements.
Okay, I can go to my statement.
I'm saying the statements of the police officers about what they say happened that resulted in them shooting the deceased.
I don't have their statement.
I know we have it, but you recalled it earlier, and it was pretty accurate.
Okay.
But I'm saying if you want to go through the statement to confirm it, we can do that. Or if you can tell me I'm confident with my recollection.
Chair, I'll go through my statement, but what is important here is the post-mortem report. If you can have the post-mortem on there.
Yes, all right, that's fine. We'll find it now.
The summary you gave earlier accords with what you have stated at 268.
That's correct, Chair. Yes.
You want, before you do the medical analysis, you want to do the post-mortem report.
Yes, let me look at the post-mortem report.
Okay, it is at ES 0038. 0032, yes. So that's the document on the screen behind you. Is this what you are looking for, the document by Dr. Gancho Prodanov Ganchev? Yes.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. What do you want to see here?
If you look at the description of the wounds by Dr. He said, let's start it there. The chief post-mortem findings made by me on the body. He said multiple gunshot wounds to the body, as the fatal ones are the wounds on the right face and left posterior armpit. The wound to the left anterior chest, perforating left upper lobe of the lung, and was produced while the body was lying down on its back.
I think it continues. Two additional paragraphs.
The wound on the right anterior face appears to be close-range gunshot wound and was linked to left lumbar back exit according to the bullet canal. Appears to have been produced while the victim was lying down on his back. The wound on the posterior armpit was linked to the bullet on the right side of the neck according to the bullet canal. This is the gunshot wound which fractured 6th and 5th spine bones and causing the body to fall immediately due to the bullet effect on the spinal cord. Right, Chair, the reason why I wanted to start with the postmortem, we don't have enough pictures of the body from the crime scene. We only have the position of the body as it's shown on the photos.
Well, I mean, we have how many? We've got 10 from your report, starting at page 2A, 94, photo 1.
Yes, on photo 1, it shows the position of the body at the crime scene, how it's lying. And position 1 and 2 showing the position. And position photo 3 and photo 4 showing the position of the body after it was moved or it was turned. And photo 5 and photo 6 showing the position of the wound on the chest and on the right side of the face. And photo 7 and photo 8 showing the exit wounds at the back. Right, Chair, if we look at the wound sustained as described by the doctor, the wound on the right face, he mentioned that it has the blackening and tattooing.
So just take us to the. So the wounds on the face we see at photo 5 and photo 6.
So according to the postmortem, the doctor said it's surrounded by blackening and multiple tattooing measuring 70 by 60 millimeters, commencing at 15.1555 millimeters up the heel, meaning from the heel measuring upwards on the face of the deceased. It would be 1.55 or meters or 1. If we make, because we measure it in millimeters, normally we measure it in meters or centimeters. So in this, it will be 1.555 millimeters up the heel and 70 meters from the midline. This
Why
is
that
consistent
important
with
for
the
your
close
analysis?
range.
Why is that significant for your analysis?
Chair, there are other doctors when they examine the body, when they conduct the post-mortem, they will measure the position of the
was in handcuffs. Then, for reasons that they can't, they say, well, he requested to be, for the handcuffs to be removed. They go with him into the toilet. It's when they claim then that he tried to attack them.
He tried to attack Naidu,
Yes,
and then Eric Nell shot him.
yes. But he was actually 30 centimeters closer to him.
It was centimeters from, and if you go through the post-mortem, where the doctor mentioned that some of the wounds were inflicted while he was already down. The wound that he's talking about that fractured the spine, the fifth and the sixth spine, that will immediately make him collapse, because once the spine is affected, it's damaged, it immediately incapacitating also. So with that wound, I think you immediately fall down. And then the other wounds, when you read the post-mortem, is that they were inflicted while he was already down, while he was lying around. The part that we read on the post-mortem.
Well, yes, look at photo 7 and photo 8 and comment on those.
On photo 7 and photo 8, he's already down. He's lying on his stomach. And on my findings, after my observation of the post-mortem report and the crime scene photos, I could not determine the possible position of the deceased nor the shooter. There was no photos of possible bullet holes anywhere in the room that could have perforated the deceased body and assist in determining the possible position of the deceased, nor the shooter. The doctor mentioned the presence of blackening and multiple tattooing around the wound on the right face as wound 1. These are the characteristics of a very close range to the face of the deceased. The bloodstain pattern on the floor identified as a drip trail. This pattern is determined as splatter resulting from the bleeding or blood dripping from the individual or otherwise a blooded object. The deceased could possibly have been moving while bleeding, hence the drip. Due to the lack of sufficient information, I could not determine or give an opinion on how the incident occurred or reconstruct the incident.
Yes. Now, I was asking you about photos 7 and 8 because you say the medical report shows that he was shot while lying down. I'm asking whether or not these photographs help us on that or not.
Chair, I think this is the position that he was. I cannot say whether he was in this position, but according to the doctor's report, the post-mortem report, he said the wounds were inflicted while he was lying. It's most likely that he was in this position when the wounds were inflicted, because the doctor is talking about the entrance wound, where he mentioned that it appears that it was inflicted while he was lying.
Yes. And the wounds in photo 8, are those exit wounds, entry wounds? Photo, wound 4 and 5.
I'll have to check on the.
Perhaps
So
you
look
can
at
look
your
at
report.
paragraph 273 of your statement.
273. Right, so on wound number, on photograph 8,
Yes.
wound 5 is on the left shoulder region and is consistent with the exit wound.
And that the entry wound would have been somewhere in the
Entry
front.
would have been somewhere in the front. So the entrance wound would be most likely wound 2. And in the post-mortem report that we read, doctor spoke about the blackening or the blackening and tattooing around this wound also. So this wound could have been inflicted while he was down. So if you look at the two positions, the position on photo 5,
Photo 5.
photo 5, yes, photo 5 and photo 6.
I think wound 2 is clearer there on photo 6.
Yes, wound 2 is clear on photo 6.
So I'm trying to reconcile 6 and 8. So 4 and 5, according to paragraph 272 and 273 of your statement, are exit wounds, correct?
4 and 5, yes, at the back.
Yes. Now I'm trying to reconcile their entrance wounds. So we know one of them is wound number 2.
That is correct, yes.
Because we know wound number 1 is in the head.
It's the one on the right side of the face.
Yes. So if there are 2 exit wounds, I suppose it doesn't follow that just because it entered the face, it will exit in the face from what you've said. I've also learned now it can enter the face and exit somewhere else.
Right, if you look at the wounds sustained, this wound, according to the doctor, these 2 wounds, wound number 1 and 2, were inflicted while he was already down.
Yes.
And the other wound that the doctor is talking about is the one that penetrated and then hit the spine.
I
So
see.
it could be that it's the one that has hit the spine to immobilize him so that he can fall down.
Or it could be that is 4
It could be that, it could be
or 5.
4.
All right. I see. Okay. And where would that have entered? In the back of the neck?
It will be the one in the back of the neck because it's going down. It's in the back of the neck and it's going downwards. So it hit the spine at the back and then it could have exited somewhere.
I see. Okay. Now, after paragraph 273, you deal with close range indicators in your statement. Just deal with that.
On 274,
Yes.
the post-mortem report records that the presence of blackening and multiple tattooing around the wound on the right side of the face. That is wound 1. The tattooing and blackening occurs when a firearm is discharged at a close range. In such instances, unbent and partially bent propellant paraparticles and gases expelled from the muzzle strikes the skin and create a dark stippled mark. The closer the muzzle to the closer the muzzle of the firearm to the target, the more concentrated and defined this pattern becomes.
Yes. And then 276.
On 276, I am of the opinion that the size and the density of the tattoo described by the doctor are consistent with a very close discharge to the face of the deceased.
Yes. I mean, just on that point, this is puzzling to me. As you've got 4 policemen on their own description. They've surrounded this accused. But they shoot him within a range, according to you, of 30 centimeters. But he is attacking them at the same time. Is this reconcilable?
Chair, it's not, and what we're looking at now is They shot him and then he fell down. These two other wounds were inflicted while he was already down and at the close range.
Thank you. And then you have...
Sorry, would
Yes.
we be correct to say this is an execution?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Palomir.
Chair, I would say it's possible that could have been an execution because he's down and then the firearm is close to him and a shot is fired.
Yes, I mean, there are other external facts. The man was handcuffed. Then they took him to a toilet. They removed the handcuff, and then they shot him. I mean, isn't that a typical execution?
Chair, I would say it's possibly could be execution. As I said, the way he was shot at, he was already down, he was lying down on the floor.
In fact, as my learned friend points out to me, if you look at photo 4, yes, and photo 3, actually, that's clearer in both 3 and 4. If you look at his left hand on both of those photos, he still has the handcuffs on the one hand.
That's correct. The handcuff was still on the left hand.
On the yes.
So it's again visible on photo 2 where you can see it right in front of the face
And photo 2.
on photo 2.
Yes, of course, yes, there it is. Yes. Well, this is one of the things that are unclear here, because if you look at photo 2, just the position of the firearm in relation to the body of the deceased, and you look at photo 3, and the position of the firearm in relation to the position of the deceased, it's really unclear what they were trying to achieve here, because plainly they've moved the body around.
That's correct, Chair. That's why I'm saying the body, the two different, in two photos, photo 1 and 2 and photo 3 and 4 are in two different positions. On the first photos, it's facing down, it's lying on the stomach, and on the other two, it's now lying on the back.
Yes. But because on photo 2, his hand, and this is his right hand, is closer to the firearm, and then on photo 3, it's his left hand that is now positioned closer to the firearm.
Chair, this could be, I think, on photo. At some stage, the body was turned, but I cannot explain when and how and why.
Yes, that's the point I'm making, is that there's just total inexplicables here, particularly the way it was turned in relation to the firearm. Yes. There's photo 4. If you look at the blood pattern on photo 4 next to the left hand, is there anything to be made of that?
On photo 4,
Yes, photo 4.
yes, on photo 4 you can see that they've turned the body, moved it from where it was lying on its front to where it's lying now on its back.
Yes.
But what is one thing that I was looking at that was that according to the doctor, the wounds in the front, the one that is here is an entrance and then exit this at the back, the close range where the doctor alleges that he was lying on his back when this wound was inflicted. But if you look at the first two photos, he's lying on his stomach.
Yes, photo 7 and 8.
So when was the body position changed?
Yes. Well, I mean, I can ask you this question. You've done all of this exercise. You know the way, you called it the modus operandi. But after a person has been killed, what usually happens with Ketomano?
I would say in most cases, they'll tamper with the scene.
Yes. Now, what I also couldn't really wrap my head around it in this particular scene. This is a public toilet. It's a shell garage. I mean, the level of brazenness. Do you have any comments on this? You have to be so brazen and so confident that you can put someone in a garage toilet and kill them.
Chair, it's a difficult one to answer. I don't know what were these guys thinking. I don't know their intention. Why did they do?
Yes, but it would be consistent with someone who is confident. This is the point about being organized, being armed, and knowing that you're protected by the law.
That's correct, Chair. I would agree with it.
Yes.
I beg your pardon, being protected by the law? Or protected by Major General person?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Being protected by
the law.
individuals in control of the legal system in that particular area. Let me qualify my statement. Would you withdraw your agreement and confirm?
I won't comment further, Chair.
All right, I withdraw my question as well.
So just for clarity, this deceased was arrested and he was being transported. Now, I know you specialize in ballistics and other things, but you've had police training.
That's correct, Chair.
I'm curious to know whether, because I see here there is a gun somewhere, someone who's under arrest, would they still have a gun on them if they are under arrest, or how does it work?
Chair, the gun that we see here, it belongs to Constable Naidu. According to them, they released the hand where he was handcuffed, and he attacked Constable Naidu and grabbed Constable Naidu's gun. Now, in the process, that's when Warrant Officer Nell shot him.
So Constable Naidu was overpowered by this the deceased.
That's the allegations, Chair.
But I suppose the question still remains, this person is under the full control of the state because he's handcuffed.
That's good.
Why are they
correct, Chair.
stopping at a garage? Don't you take a person to the police station when they've been handcuffed?
Child said, because they said he requested to go to the bathroom. That's when they stopped. But normally, what I've seen, if you are transporting a person who's under arrest, he requests the bathroom. Not one person will take him to the. It's either 2 or 3 people will go with him to the bathroom.
No, but I mean, there is a bathroom at the police station. That's the point I'm making. The person is already in handcuffs, so you send him to the police station, they'll get a bathroom there.
But Chair, I think in transit, I think if they were on the highway, there's no police station. They'll stop at the garage if the person wants the toilet.
Well, yes, it depends on where. We can. Have you checked if this particular garage, there was no police station nearby?
It was on the N3.
Yes. There are so many police stations there.
I can't speak for them, Chair. I tried. I can't
Because
speak for
it's
them.
very puzzling what they did, because it's only consistent with people that had an intention to just execute him. Thank you. Is there anything, your conclusions are at paragraph 282.
Yes, Chair, as I said, I don't have enough pictures to can draw complete conclusions on this one.
Yes.
It's only the post-mortem report and those few photos of the wounds that I could see.
Yes. There are certain things you can discount that you've already alluded to
That's correct, Chair.
that probably didn't happen.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I am finished with this reconstruction. Perhaps we can commence tomorrow with Togoza.
The Togoza case.
Yes, at 272.
There's the Tokoza case, and I can elaborate more on that one because I attended the crime scene immediately after it occurred. I was at the crime scene.
Well, let's wait for the direction by the chair. I know you want to elaborate.
No, I'll do it tomorrow, not now.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. You'll proceed tomorrow. We adjourn now until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And remember, you are still under oath.
Yes, Chair, I'm still under oath.
Thank you, sir. Housekeeping matter again. Councils, we are informed that someone from Harris Molebatsi attorneys is attending tomorrow. I would assume, we assume, actually, the three of us, that you'll have an opportunity to have a discussion about the time frames when they are here, and hopefully reach an agreement. Obviously, he will come with you to chambers, as we normally do. But we'll appreciate if the attorneys can talk with each other and see if you can reach an agreement.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm indebted to my researcher. He reminds me that a feedback need to be made regarding the decoupling application. Remember that Advocate Lekgetho had indicated that they will file tomorrow. And yourself, Advocate Chauke, tomorrow. And we'll make a determination after you filed your heads of arguments. But we are of the view that oral arguments should be made. We'll afford you time once you have filed your written submissions. Yes, thank you. We adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.